Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Well-Aware Security Show. You're seeing a bunch of old nerds on your screen. If you're getting this correctly, that's what you should be looking at. Welcome to our February 4th show with Deep Watch Security. I'm going to introduce all these attractive young men on the screen here in just one moment. However, I want to talk about our call to actions. We should have a call to action right there, right now, and I'm going to hit show. Right there at the bottom of your screen, you're going to see a little green button show up. It says join the next show here. So make sure you click that button and follow the Well-Aware Security Show and show up for our next exciting event. I think Elon Musk will be speaking, unless you don't like him, in which case it will not be Elon at all. All right, let's see what we got today. So for those of you, we got 22 people on right now. It looks like we've got 50 signed up. I expect people to start showing up. They always show up just a little bit late. And so for those that don't know me, my name is Scott Schindler. I'm the co-host of the Well-Aware Security Show with George Finney, the guy with the cartoons in the background. He'll tell you those aren't cartoons in a second. And I am a 26-year IT and IT security veteran. I've been a CISO of multiple multi-billion-dollar global organizations. And I have found that my favorite thing to do as a CISO is to drink and hang out with other CISOs. So I built an event company to go do just that and stopped that life altogether. Since the world has now ended and we're all permanently on Zoom, I instead went and helped BlackLake Security build a following and a show. And we have wonderful people like George helping us along, bring wonderful partners like Deepwatch and Jamar along, and wonderful customers like Ian along, and bring this all to you so you can sit there and talk and chat about how we dressed, George's wonderful yellow tie, or how my video is going to be constantly going out because Suddenlink gives me 500 megabits down per second and 9 megabits up. We'll be talking about that with the tech tomorrow. So thanks again for coming on February 4th. Let's see what I got first. I want to talk first and multiple times throughout the show. At the end of this show, we're going to have something called icebreakers. If you've been here before, you love it, and you can't wait for that to start. If you haven't been here before, icebreakers is a post-show meet and greet with Ian and the panel, as well as other cyber leaders. Make sure you stick around and join in. Hi, Alan. Alan's the last one that showed up. He said hi. So now that we've got through that, you've all had a chance to click the button to join the next show. In just a second, that button's going to change into our the support for our local nonprofit Game Changers. Matter of fact, we had a symposium with Game Changers yesterday where we spoke to one of the schools in Dallas ISD, actually multiple schools within Dallas ISD, and we speak to Carrollton next in April, and then I think we do Garland, and we're really helping those kids try to find careers in cyber. So as soon as that call to action shows up, definitely take a look at the Game Changers nonprofit and all we're trying to do in the Dallas community for cybersecurity. Now that I've said that, now that you see the button that says go there and give money, you have found where the chat section of the screen is. There's going to be more activity down there at the bottom, more questions, more polls. Feel free to ask any question. Ask if that coding behind Ian is in fact the time travel formula. You'll never tell. But I'd like to introduce our panel today. Everyone, the man you know and love, George Finney, CISO of SMU, and his book, Well-Aware Security, or Well-Aware, I shouldn't put the security in your book name, George. Introduce yourself and tell the crowd why you're here, buddy.
Hey guys, I'm George Finney. I'm the CISO for SMU, and I'm also the author of a book called Well-Aware. That's why the show is named the Well-Aware Security Show. And I am the #1 best-selling English cybersecurity book in Argentina. So congratulations. I think that means I sold half a book there.
I mean, start hacking Argentina now, because in a year, no way. All right, fantastic. Thanks, George. Jamar Beal from Deepwatch Security. Jamar, please introduce yourself, sir.
Yeah, hey, I am Jamar Beal with Deepwatch Security, and I've been in the industry for about 15 years. I've been a CTO, I've been an advisor, and I've been an architect, all on the cybersecurity side. And even way back, I worked in the NOC, / SOC, and cybersecurity has just been my thing.
Fantastic. Welcome to the show. And everyone, please comment on whether Jamar's plant is turned at the right angle for you to get the most value from today's show. he was very concerned. Thanks for coming, Jamar. Ian Schneller, BlackLake's customer and CISO of RealPage. Well, I have a disclaimer. Where Diagnabbit? I lost my disclaimer. It should be in red. Neither George nor Ian are currently customers of Deepwatch, but I'm trying and will not be speaking to the value of those products or services provided. Given that, Ian, please introduce yourself.
Thanks, Scott. Ian Schneller here. I'm getting feedback, but we're in Houston, Texas, CISO at RealPage. Been here for 8 months. It's been a whirlwind, doesn't seem that long. Real happy to be here and excited to see what you're bringing, Scott. And for those inquiring minds, it's all junk on the whiteboard behind me. You can try to read it. You will not get any secrets. You will not get anything insightful. It's there just to make it look like I know what I'm doing.
Damn, I need that. Anything to help. Well, fantastic. Thanks for being on the panel today, Ian. I look forward to the conversation with you. So everyone, today's topic, our first topic, is going to be ahead in just a moment. Instead, we're going to have a little warm-up discussion. We're going to talk about some interesting stuff in the news recently. You may have heard about a small company called GameStop and how some interesting things are happening on Wall Street. Today, I think we're down at 60, 69. Is that where we are today, guys? Somebody, I'm sure somebody in chat knows. We were 90 yesterday, 225 the day before. We want to talk about that, not in the terms of what we need to do as cyber professionals to deal with the GameStop issue, but the concept of it, that it's a logical hack. What the Redditors are doing is a logical hack. And today we're going to be talking about stopping those logical hacks from a cybersecurity perspective. And maybe if they had people thinking about the types of hacks like we do on a day-to-day basis, they could have stopped that. We use red teaming to do that. Why don't they? So, Ian, let's start with that. Why don't they?
Well, I like this topic, and I wanted to talk in general. And let me ask this. Are you getting a lot of feedback, or is it just me?
Just you. I can hear you just fine.
All right, good. If there's a problem, I like to be the only one that's causing it. All right. So the thing about GameStop, and I'm not going to comment on GameStop. I'm not making any recommendations. But when I look at this, I look at it from a red team point of view. In our business, I think we think about red teaming, appropriately so, about trying to hack in, do a pen test, very technical. But I also maintain that from a cyber or an information security point of view, we should look at a process and a system, and how does that work, and how should it work normally, and then look on how it might be subverted for a purpose you may not intend. And so when you look at what happened with GameStop, really what happened was very logical. You know, what happened really kind of should have happened, you know, if you follow the rules. But nobody really looked at it in that way before and anticipated what could happen if certain external stimuluses came in. So what that means for us, and what I like to do wearing the security hat, is also red team a process. And it doesn't have to be technical. Put a adversarial point of view on there, and how might you get a different result from that process, exactly how it's written. And if you look at things from that point of view, I think you'll see there's some very interesting information security, cybersecurity, or just plain old security lessons learned out of this.
Yeah.
You know, I like that.
Great. Cool.
You know, I love the GameStop example because it's an example that business people will understand. And you know, that's one of the challenges in cyber is translating cyber to the business. And you know, if you can talk about GameStop, you know, in terms of, you know, okay, you know, you short, you know, you have a limited amount of gain and an unlimited amount of risk, right? To the tune of, you know, of maybe $13 billion. You know, I mean, I think that's a great example of how you can kind of bring that back into your organization to talk about, you know, risk versus opportunity conversations. You know, hopefully your business isn't taking unlimited risks, but, you know, being able to kind of quantify them and help, you know, like you say, red team it, what could go wrong, and maybe bring in some things that that you didn't think of, like Redditors, buying your stock en masse and forcing you to put those calls in place.
It's kind of interesting. I'm surprised we haven't had a call to DDoS somebody on Reddit yet. It's just, if you can get on there anonymously or something, maybe I shouldn't speak to it. Maybe somebody's going to go do that and I'll get blamed for it. But Jamar, you've got a whole team over there of red teamers and blue teamers responding to threats every day. Did you happen to talk to any of them about the GameStop issue and how they think differently about threats like that?
No, I didn't, but I tell you what, Ian is mentioning is like super relevant, because there's a lot of companies that have their processes hacked when it's not actually like something that's super technical, where it's nothing even electronic. I mean, the concept of somebody doing a tailgate attack is literally somebody hacking a process. And, like, just because it showed up in the news because it happened to be millions of dollars associated with it, I mean, it got like the kind of publicity that nobody wants. But like, if it's just one person piggybacking into, a physical perimeter, it's literally a part of the security protocol. Like, at some point, I feel like, Ian, to Ian's point, taking the processes and then just living through them in nauseum, getting inside the box and pressing the limits of the walls of that box to find out everywhere and everything that's possible versus just being in the center is something that I think we need a lot more, not in just cybersecurity, but, in the business process flow in general.
Well, your ability to dodge my questions and talk about what you wanted to talk about seems like the perfect lead-in to giving you an introduction to your topic today, Jamar. So Jamar wants to talk about managed services as a solution to cyber leadership transition or cyber program maintenance. So, for example, we talked yesterday as a group about how the cyber leader tenure can often be shorter than the goals or the strategic goals and roadmap of the cyber program, and that managed services can help you provide a track that's maintained through those changes in cyber leadership. So, guys, I'm going to turn it over to Jamar to tell you how Deepwatch provides a service just like that, and then he's going to talk about what he wants to talk about. It's all yours.
Yeah, I mean, saying thanks. I appreciate the tee up too, but so before I go into that, a lot of people are wondering who is Deepwatch, because nobody's really heard of them here in Texas because we haven't had a huge presence. So, we started from the east and we came over, and we're continuing to spread. And basically, it's because we got a pretty good round of funding from Goldman, and it gave us a little bit more skis to move faster. The processes that we use are extremely baked in. So I don't want to say they're perfect, but they're never perfect, but they're continuing to evolve. But we allow you to get from an immature process to a very mature process. So when you think about that, kind of on a bigger picture of, how does that actually, tie in? So basically what we looked at is that a lot of the positions in cybersecurity, generally speaking, have so they say 18 months to 3-year tenure. In some cases they're less, in some cases they're more, but the average is typically around 18 months to 3 years. But when we find out, how the security plans get created, typically those plans start with either a 3 to a 5-year roadmap. So if you're living in an environment where there's a 3 to 5 year roadmap, and then there's a leadership change, and the next person comes in and they look at the roadmap and they say, you know what, I'm going to start and I'm going to do something different. I'm going to bring in my guys, my team, and I'm going to start for the things that I'm going to do my execution plan that I know worked at the last place. So a lot of times you'll have a CISO that'll come in and he'll take the program, completely scrap it, start from the bottom and begin working up. So, let's say that the maturity scale of security goes from 1 to 10. If you start at 1 and you continue to go up as you execute on projects, in about 3-year period, let's just say you got up to 5 and then you leave to go get another job. The next guy comes back in and he does the same thing, new program going from bottom up, he may get up to 6. The third guy comes in and he may only get up to 3, right? What happens is perpetually those higher level things never get accomplished. Stuff like, I need to have a naming convention that's consistent throughout my environment. I need to document my process, because you can't automate anything that hasn't been documented. So before you can document the process, you got to fine tune it and make it work. So what happens is that perpetual loop of starting over prevents companies from getting to a higher level of maturity. And I've seen it again and again as I've gone into a lot of different businesses and helped them to try to mature their program. But with the transition, it winds up being harder. So what Deepwatch has done is we come to the table with the plan that already works on how you can actually begin at a security program and go instantly up to a higher state, because you're not having to create every one of the playbooks, you're not having to create all the processes, and you're not having to waste up a lot of time doing it yourself either. So in a matter of 60 days, we can get most people to a point with one technology or one suite of technologies further than they would get in 3 years. Be able to get it implemented, architected, implemented, installed, and then a process created and then automated. That's a pie in the sky dream for a lot of people, but that's the reality that we live in with Deepwatch.
So, for me, what, I mean, I always like to bring the conversations back to the 9 habits. When I think of MSSPs and just generally partners, you've got to go to the habit of community. I think it takes more than, just a security leader or a security team to protect your organization, right? It's got to be a collective effort. You've got to rope in all of IT, all of your organization. But you're also not building your own firewalls, right? You've got to go out to partners, and I think you accelerate your maturity. But I mean, when I think about lots of the vendors out there, they're ingesting data into the cloud, right? And the ideal situation is that your providers are able to protect you better because they have hundreds or thousands of customers who they're learning from, and they're growing, and your attack, your cyber criminal, is obviously targeting more than one organization. So maybe you can get an opportunity to stop them before they get into your environment. So yeah, I think bringing that back to CISO tenure is really important. But CISO tenure is only one part of the game. So CIO tenure, CIOs, are generally speaking, there for 4 to 5 years. So they're probably going to end up hiring, at least one, maybe 2 CISOs, in their program, and they're going to think about that. When you think about like CFOs, their tenure is more like 7 to 8 years. So they're sitting through 3 or 4 CISOs tenures through that process. And again, I think part of community is building trust and building connection. I don't know that you can be successful as a CISO, in 18 months in building those relationships. And again, Jamar, you mentioned, oh my gosh, I mean, yeah, you're right. It takes 2 to 3 years to get budget sometimes to build a long-term plan. And if you're gone at the end of that, it's going to be really hard for the next guy to build that case, and it may take even longer. It could take 5 to 10 years to execute on something that gosh, you needed now, or you needed 6 months from now. So I think it takes a collective community effort.
And by the way, guys, if you were impressed with that diatribe from George, you're going to see a button down there that says Curious About George. And if you click that, it'll take you right over to his website, where you can find more of that fantastic wisdom to read all on your own, as well as his book. And you'll notice down there at the bottom, there's a new poll. There should be a little number 1 next to the poll button down there. I changed the poll I had, which was much more entertaining, I assure you, to the question that Ian asked over in chat, because I thought it was a good, or asked him to ask questions. So what you're going to do is over in chat, if you'll type the word poll colon in the answer that you think belongs in there. So if you say, what criteria should I use when choosing a managed service provider? If you'll type poll and then something else, my assistant here will add it to the room, and at the end, we'll vote on who has the best answer. And whoever gets the most number of votes will get a gift card to Amazon. I think it's only good for George's book, though. So it's a gift card to Amazon, but you can only buy multiple copies in fractions of George's book. So either way, so by all means, go ahead and type over in the poll. And while we're doing that, I want to keep talking. I'd love to keep talking about the CISO's tenure piece, but I want to give some an opportunity for Jamar here, because the second question was really good. What actually that same question? I want to talk about what criteria should people use when they're choosing a managed service provider, and I want Ian's input, but I want you to answer first, Jamar, because if Ian answers first, you're just going to agree with him.
Oh,
we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Did we? Oh, you might be muted. There you go. There you go. All yours. You're unmuted. Go for
it. All right. No, I'm glad I was muted there, so saved by the mute button. No, but you know, man, I put it in the poll as one of the answers before I knew I was going to be answering out loud. But outcomes, right? I think one of the most important things that you should look at when you're trying to decide how should I have a managed service provider is like the outcomes. It's not just based on, you know, how much are they going to charge me, you know, but really more so, what am I going to get out of it, and does it match my business need? Because if you go and you just say, let me go down to the cheapest one, a race to the bottom means that you may have someone with a pager that's walking around the middle of this, you know, anywhere and just, hey, I'll get it, and I may not even call back into it, right? For the lowest price, you know, but you may check the audit box to say that, you know, I am alerting people when things happen. So, you know, that's, if you look at it as just like a checkbox list of things that relate with price being the one at the top, then you're gonna most likely be underwhelmed because there's a lot of subpar options out there. But if you look at the outcomes and say, what does my business actually need? I need someone who is competent, capable, available, and actually ready to help and assist and get me through so that I don't necessarily have to have the weight of mundane things, or so that I can elevate to get a higher level of, you know, quality on tool management, right? I don't know what everybody's outcomes are, but they need to clearly be defined first, and then you take those outcomes and you map them back to the service.
Very good. So Ian, I saw George nodding. So George is going to agree, but before we get to Ian, George, we have a habit out of your book today that we want to talk about, and I think it goes right to what Jamar is answering. Talk about your habit and how it addresses this.
You know, so I mean, I think this gets into the best of breed versus platform kind of conversations. I tend to fall on the best of breed kind of spectrum. But you know, some of the MSSPs or MDR providers, you know, they've really focused and tuned their ability to monitor based on certain products. So you know, I worry about lock-in. You know, I worry about you know, I mean, again, maturity. If for some reason we need to move on, how do you know? You know, whether they're getting the right alerts. Are you testing? And so the habit that I think about is mirroring, right? And what your outside providers, your MSSPs are doing is they're able to kind of come in and reflect back to you, you know, what you should be doing that maybe you aren't. Maybe they have visibility. You know, we covered this on a previous episode, but you know, in terms of simulation or emulation, right? One of the things we always do is, you know, we will run a pen test, and you know, we don't necessarily tell our MSSP or SOC provider that we're doing it, and we want to see whether they can catch it, what their processes are. If they don't catch it, why not? Is it because, you know, they were asleep at the wheel, or was it because we weren't instrumented to identify that? And you know, again, that external perspective is what helps you get better.
So Ian, to you, a two-part question. Do you agree, disagree? What would you give as a criteria? And then back to the original topic. Are you doing this to prepare your company to survive you moving on to your next role as CISO of, you know, the Department of Homeland Security or whatever?
Two different questions. Let me tackle those. And they're loaded questions. You're going to get a political answer. I apologize in advance. So let's take the first one. And Jamar, take notes because this will help your business development. So now, looking at it from my perspective, an MSP, it's about what do I need? What are my requirements? And then what I look at is, can I do that with the resources I have in-house right now, current staff? Can I do it right now? Do they know how to do that? And if the answer is no to any of those, then MSP might be the right answer. Cost is a big factor, but it's not just whatever number, Jamar tells me to pay him as an example. Is that number less than what it would take me to build it in-house to be as effective? And it's not just the people, it's the people who know how to work the technology, who can do it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, that are trained, ready to go. So that's high level in my mind there, but it's not just the technology. It's the MSP needs to be able to work with the technology I've got, within the processes I've got, with the way we're used to doing business. So these are all things that go into it. And then what I also look at is, does the MSP actually understand they're a target, right? There's some pretty interesting news, especially over the last year, about how cyber adversaries are figuring out keys to the kingdom around the MSP. I call it one-stop shopping. I don't have to try to break into one company multiple times. I can try to break into an MSP and then tunnel into multiple companies at once, perhaps, right? So what is the MSP's posture on security of their own infrastructure systems process? That's a high level that I look for.
I target MSPs regularly with marketing attacks.
I mean, one thing, Scott, you kind of mentioned, you touched on this, but as a CISO, I think about how I can improve my organization, and the measure of my success as a leader isn't like how good the program is, or how good I am. I'm not a rock star, by any stretch. But it's if I leave, is the program still going to be successful without me, right? And have I built up the organization to essentially work myself out of a job? Have I made it better? And if you only read one book this year, definitely read Well Aware. If you read 2 books this year, Turn the Ship Around by David Market he was a captain of a nuclear attack sub, and he kind of embodies that and shows how big of a difference you can make, and he turns around the worst performing ship in the fleet into the best, and it stays the best, and that's the thing that he's proud of. So when I think about succession planning, are you building your team up to be able to fill in those roles? Are you building them up so that in their careers, they're going to go on to be future leaders, not necessarily CISOs, because not everybody needs to be a CISO. But I mean, I think all of us want and need to make a difference when it comes to cybersecurity, and I think we can play a role, and we've got to build up that next generation of security practitioners. And I mean, the country, the world will suffer if that's not part of our mission.
You called out. It's so important. Please, Andrew. Sorry.
There's so much behind that statement, but you absolutely nailed it. Let's look globally. The number is different, but it's very large. Hundreds of thousands of people anticipate to be the shortage in cyber skills over the next few years, decade even. So we need to be growing those individuals. And what I charge everybody to do is be a mentor. It can be somebody in your firm. It can be somebody outside your firm. It can be somebody in a high school, in a college, and a friend. There's plenty of opportunities. Go be a mentor.
Yeah.
And then the other side is succession planning. Background for those of you who know me, I spent 24 years in the military. I was graded on my succession plan. Did I have a way for my team to grow in leadership development roles and move around? I was graded on that. That was part of my success criteria. Now, coming into another role, you should not only be looking there, but providing your boss options should you win the lottery. Not get hit by a bus, but you win the lottery and say, I'm done working, that company can continue to grow. But take a very tactical approach to this. What I look at it too is very selfishly. If I take a couple days vacation, if I'm growing the right leadership, I don't get a lot of calls or meetings I have to go to on my vacation. And I have the trust that somebody's there to take care of it. So that's all super, super important to me. And I charge that no matter what job you're in, everything I said really applies.
Well, I've just come to the realization that I definitely like you. We'll just go with that. I know that was what was important to you today in this.
It took a few months, but we got you there.
Yeah. What you just said is you're so near and dear to my heart. Always have a mentor. Always be a mentor. Don't be alone in the world, and don't think you can grow on your own. Absolutely love that. And by the way, George, what you commented on the Navy captain, one of my favorite stories. I just created a call to action for everybody called "How to Lead" down there. That's his YouTube video. It's a whiteboarding session on how he transitioned a submarine from the worst to the best. It is one of my favorite videos on YouTube. Please enjoy it. Jamar, you were saying something?
Oh man, I'm just echoing a couple points. I mean, like all of them are super valid. You know, like the build versus buy that Ian was mentioning. I mean, that's phenomenal. I mean, you can't like really not take that into consideration. Could I just do it in house, right, and save a bunch of money? So especially if you already got the guys, right? But I'll tell you one thing that I'm big on is visibility and portability. So making sure that everybody who's working with us is encouraged to be able to go in and get that same visibility that we do. Trust, basically zero trust and multi-factor, right? So nobody has to worry about anything plinking around, protecting ourselves because we are the MSP, right? But also, I mean, just looking at that succession planning, that portability is huge. I mean, being able to just take all the plans and then pivot. So you know what? I'm ready now. I want to take this thing in house. I mean, that's big because that's a part of, like, okay, we'll maybe do it for 2 or 3 years. And after that, we'll bring it in house and we'll have, which is one thing that I think is the best is on the job training. So you'll be able to actually watch and see and then have the visibility to validate all the things that you mentioned. So all those things are great. And I'm a big fan of being a mentor too. So, I mean, like, I feel like I never would have been even in this industry unless I had the right guidance, the right mentors that were kind of teaching me, where I guess the best way to leverage my skill set. But then, so, I try to give back and I like doing those career day events. I don't know why, man, but it's always fun to be able to, see that new twinkle in somebody's eye when they realize that cybersecurity is the next thing. And Scott, you're still on mute.
Hey, Scott, you're on mute. I'm going to take the opportunity to jump in real quick.
Please.
I saw your mouth move, but no noise. There was a question that came up in the chat earlier, and if I don't answer it and jump on it now, I will forget, but I know the team asked it. And it had to do, if I recall right, why are CISOs reporting to CIOs? I've got 2 thoughts now, but I think it's important just broadly. And this is government, this is industry, and I think the real answer is partially that info and cybersecurity grew out of IT, and it just kind of naturally evolved out of that. But I'm not saying it's the same thing. And then what did we label it? We had a CIO, we labeled a CISO. We as individuals like to categorize and organize things. It's really beautiful to have a 3-letter acronym up here and a 4-letter acronym down here working for the 3-letter acronym that is 1-letter difference. And it sounds funny, but that's what I see so often. CIO, got a CISO, obviously works for the 3-letter acronym. That's exactly why we did it in the government. Now, what I think is important is one of my pitches when I was at the Pentagon was always the information security, cybersecurity should work for the operations side of the Pentagon, not the communication side. And it started to gain traction. And I think what you're seeing in government is that shift is happening or happened because of that exact reason. And at the end of the day, it's about making sure the operations work. They're resilient, they're protected, and communications and infrastructure is one part of that, but it's not the only part. You've got to be, on peer or aligned differently on a big organization. That's my personal opinion there. Obviously, it still works, but I wanted to answer that from my perspective.
Well, man, that was thank you so much for. Am I still muted? No. Well, it's probably better that I was. But Ian, I want to tell the crowd today. We had a guest speaker last week, Brian Rowe, who's also in our audience today, who didn't know what he was getting into when he joined the show, and Ian didn't know what he was getting into when he agreed to be guest panelist for this show. And we now know, he probably knows, but we know why I invited him. And it's because you say things like that, things like that, the experience you have and the passion you have for relaying them. And thanks. I mean, I just want to interrupt and right in the middle of the show and say thanks for coming today because of that. And what you just said is why I invited you.
We need to get a CIO on the show next time.
On a note, I work for the CIO, and I really like him. We get along. We work really well. So this is not any kind of critique about the current situation, okay? But it's a I would call it a societal piece for information security that broadly across industry. If you ask me if I had a crystal ball, I would see eventually CISOs work for a chief risk officer or a chief operating officer would be my crystal ball.
I think we all agree. So it looks like Jamar, you came up with outcomes, didn't you? My goodness. Well, he said outcomes. Is he the first one that said outcomes in chat? I don't know, but that's who won the poll for this round of discussion. So my assistant here is going to figure out who that was. If you know who you are, say it in the chat. If not, it was Jamar, and we can't give him a card.
No,
so.
it can't be me.
I always win. That's why I'm trying to come up with worse answers every time I create these polls. All right. Well, we'll figure it out. My assistant will figure it out, and we're going to move on to the next section while that's underway. Thank you for that discussion, guys. Honestly, probably the best discussion we've had in the show so far. Wouldn't you agree, George? Yep. See, now his mouth is moving with no sound. That is awesome. How did that happen? It's like a perfect mime. All right. So section number 2, guys, I'm going to change the poll here in a second and ask you some questions. And Ian's already kind of hinted at what we're going to do, and it's actually in the question there. So it's coming. But we're going to talk about metrics and measuring. We're going to talk about metrics and measuring these outcomes. So it's one thing to make a decision on choosing a partner and a managed security partner based upon outcomes. But if those outcomes aren't truly measured, if it's an SLA outcome, for example, one of our least favorite things from a cybersecurity perspective, right? An SLA-based success metric. Were you not down for more than 0.25% of the time over the last month? Like what? How is that anyway? So how is that a metric? So we're going to talk about what real metrics are in this session. This section, Jamar is going to talk about DeepWatch's lens score and how that can be applied to your success as a metric in your organizations. And as such, I'm going to just turn it right over to Jamar. Jamar, could you turn your plant just a little bit and then start? Go ahead. There we go. That's it. That's all I needed. I feel I'm there with you, buddy. Go.
Hey man, I'm just saying that plant right there, it keeps me healthy. You know, it's I got to make sure I got it well taken care of. So, but no, I mean, so DeepWatch is, we're known as a managed service provider, right? We focus on MDR, MEDR, vulnerability management, and firewall management. But in the back end, what we do is we help clients to get a more mature security program. And a part of the way that we do it is instead of just having conversations that aren't quantifiable, we actually we created one of the first products of our line. It looks like I'll say the first one so far, but we use like real data, right? That we can associate numbers to make sure that, hey, okay, so if you only have logs that are focused on, firewalls, that's great. But first off, are you getting all the logs that are associated with firewalls? Secondly, let's go and look at how can we correlate this content. Do you have Active Directory so we can go in and enrich the content that's coming out of the firewall so we can validate it? What we do is we just break down everything that's associated with a security program. We wrap the concept of policies and action plans around it so that we can go and give you something that's very concrete and referenceable. So if you are wondering, okay, what's my security score now? You can look at it and then compare it against what it is 2 years from now. Then also compare it against other clients that are in the same vertical as you to give perspective of how well am I actually faring, my own. But then map it back to the actual numbers on how the program is maturing from a response perspective. Like, did I get, my response time better, faster? Were we able to do our part, right? Anyway, so the whole concept behind Lens is that it just really breaks down and it gives you a way of being able to quantify how your security program is faring. And that's just something that it's included with our offering. So you don't have to go buy that thing separately, but it's just something that winds up being really handy. And we've got an app so you can put it on your phone as well, and just kind of make sure as you go to those executive conversations and they're really curious about, hey, how is security faring? Are we getting better? You got a real empirical way of saying it versus just having, a conversation that's tied to emotions.
Okay. I'm wondering, I don't think we have anything set up for you to show a lens example today. However, in just a second, I'm going to have a YouTube link set up as our call to action so that all of you can go take a look at the video on YouTube for the lens overview. And while that gets set up, I'd like George to take a second to talk about the habit you want to talk about with regard to lens and metrics.
So again, I go back to the habit of mirroring, right? Metrics really are what you use to hold up a mirror to yourself. And I think the challenge with metrics is it's easy to go after volumetric metrics, right? So how many attacks did we block this month? That doesn't have any relevance, I think, to how good your cybersecurity program is. It might help capture the scope of the problem. I think the challenge with that is if you're reporting that to your board, right? Well, we saw this huge spike all of a sudden. What happened? It can create a conversation, but it's not showing you get better over time. So SLAs. I think of SLAs the same way. We've used multiple MSSPs at this point, and they can show, well, we closed this many cases. We closed them all with an average of like 3 minutes or 2 minutes or 1. And again, that's great. But how many false positives were there? How many were real incidents? How long did it take us to go and remediate that issue? And maybe that took weeks to investigate to find out. And I think those deeper down in the weed metrics, your audience for those is different, right? I think you've got to focus on the angle, the perspective you want to look in the mirror, right? If you're a fan of the show What Not to Wear, like I am, right? You've got to go inside the 360 mirror and see every angle of yourself, and you want to bring in other perspectives, right? You don't want to sit in an echo chamber and have everybody say, yeah, you all look good. So, I think, again, you've got to find the right metrics at the right time to help you get better. And that's why you have a mirror. You want to make sure that your tie is on straight, and that your hair isn't messed up. So yeah, there you go, mirroring.
Metrics are such an interesting topic, and I could turn this into so long, but I'll try to make it real quick. So if you can measure something, people will measure it and say it's a metric. And you have to be careful on that. Just because you can measure something means you shouldn't, right? But it takes a lot of thought into getting the right metric. And I find it roughly helpful to say, here's a good performance metric, is how good am I doing what I should be doing? And then a risk metric. And ideally, I want one for each control. And the risk says something really bad's about to happen or has happened, bleeding or after indicators, even better if I can get bleeding. And it's very tough. So one rule is you never get it right the first time, keep trying. But what I really strive for are the metrics that say something bad is close to happening. But that's also the toughest one. So then the next best is something bad just happened, let's get on it. Well, it just gets tougher, right? Going back to the original question on the incidents or the security MSP type pieces, this is a conversation I had the other day is, look, over this period of time, I'm telling you about a set of things that happened. I'm not going to use the word incident because they weren't, big I incidents, but they're things you need to know about. It's a bigger number now. That's not an indicator of bad things. That's an indicator that we're getting better at detecting things, and that should increase confidence, which is counterintuitive. So you have to have these conversations with your audience. And to me, I don't want a lot of security incidents, but I don't look at a lot of low criticality incidents, small I, right? We get them all day, every day, as actually a good indicator that your controls are starting to work and the indications and alerting mechanisms are working as you'd like. So I'll stop there. That's just questions.
All right, Jamar, anything you'd like to add to what he just said? Comment on what he just said? He nailed. Oh, you're muted again. Your tree is getting all the love.
I mean, how do you follow that one up though, man? I mean, no, he's spot on though, right? I mean, metrics that don't matter don't matter, but the ones that do are the ones that it's weird too, because there's so many people who say stuff like what gets measured gets improved, but you can measure and improve things that have no consequence to the bottom line of your business, and it's easy to get distracted on cybersecurity and saying cybersecurity is just the only thing that matters. But cybersecurity is a need for the business. So like what the business is doing is usually the most important thing, and cybersecurity just so happens to be a requirement of it in most situations. But there's a bunch of like metrics that you could chase down just in the crevices of technology that actually wouldn't provide value back to the business, but could consume a whole lot of time and be costly for the business. So I mean, I definitely agree.
Nice. By the way, I read a book. There's a great book on this called "How to Measure Everything in Cybersecurity," or "How to Measure Anything in Cybersecurity." I'd say I read it, but I audibled it, and it definitely talks about the value of understanding the difference between a measurement and a metric, and choosing the right metrics for your organization, because you can choose metrics ad infinitum, and whether you do them quantitatively or not, we can. That's kind of the point of the book. You've read it as well, Ian? That we can measure quantitatively our successes in cybersecurity, not just qualitatively, not just hot, cold, orange, green, red, but actually mathematically understand the value of providing the services we provide beyond the concept of us being an insurance provider to our organizations.
I would like to add on to what you said, Jamar. There's another corollary to what you said. If you measure it and leadership express interest in that metric, it'll get to whatever you want it to be. You just may not like how it got to be that level. So you have to be very careful about what you measure.
Right.
And so that's just something from years of experience.
Fantastic. So I have another question here that we talked about yesterday. So we've talked about we can create these measurements, we can create these metrics. How do we mature? Ian, how do you mature your organization to go from a level of measurements or no value to a prioritized level of metrics and reporting?
Oh, that's a tough question. You didn't tell me this one was coming yesterday. Well, it's a journey, and you never get it right the first time. The key is to have a way to look at what metrics you have. Are they the right metrics? Change them if you need to, evaluate them. And rather than just a number, put it in context. This is really bad. This is really good. This is potentially worrisome. Then what do you do when you go from, say, green to yellow or red? That's where they become useful, right? What I like them to say is, in your car, you've got a speedometer, which is your performance indicator roughly. And you've got the check engine light, which really shouldn't go on that much, or the oil pressure light. If that goes on, I know it's bad, but I also know, what do I do about it? I pull over the side of the road, turn the car off right now. So I see a lot of times you have a metric, but not what do you do about it. So that was you put me on the spot answer.
My answer to that is, I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. I mean, I say that facetiously a little bit, but that's kind of the feeling that I get from the business sometimes, right? I had a leader early on in my career say, "Don't let security get in the way of the business," right? Don't make us ever change our passwords. That kind of thinking is, I think is antithetical to what we're about. in terms of trying to get better. And I think in a way, we have to embrace change. We know, I think in cybersecurity that we're probably never going to be good enough. And I think being able to answer that question, well, how much is the right amount, is the biggest challenge. And if you can't provide a convincing story or narrative about how to get there, then I think people will default to saying, oh, well, then I'll just stay the status quo and I'll keep doing the things the way that I've always done them. There's no reason for me to change. And I think providing them a goal or providing them that compelling why, right? Start with why. That's I think where we need to focus more in this conversation around metrics. Is metrics are cool, they're really valuable, but what's the why behind why we're collecting or monitoring whatever it is we're monitoring?
All right, so Jamar, in working with your customers, do you deliver reports around metrics that you think they need out of the tools and services you provide to them, or do you work with them up front and deliver metrics based upon their business needs that they call out as part of the service offering?
Yeah, we do a little bit of both, right? So the idea is that we grow with our clients, but at the same time, we don't expect them to come to the table with everything that we need. So, in my head, like the difference between good and great is measured in suggestive improvements. How many things can you say, hey, I wish you had have done this, or I wish you had have done that? So we don't try to come to the table with just, okay, what do you want us to do? But more so like, okay, what would you like us to do? Okay, and we also recommend this that would be valuable to your business, right? And the goals that you're trying to accomplish. So it's a two-way conversation, right? Just as we use a lot of automation to be quick and proficient on the responses and very accurate, we also use those platforms to grow with the client. So it's not just like what you get today is it. If we get something, we go in and we always have a person intervene manually with any alert before we send it out. So that makes the assurance super high. But at the same time, what we're doing is we're going back and updating the playbooks so that we grow with them. We do the same thing around metrics. So as we grow with the client, we redefine those metrics to the ones that actually matter.
All right. Well, I'm updating the call to action right now. I'm hoping that's the right one. So we put mirroring on there because I screwed up the production value there, but the link was actually to the Deep Watch lens. So everybody clicks that link down there at the bottom, you're going to get a little YouTube video. I want to make sure that everybody has a chance to see that. So we've been talking about Deep Watch and their scoring, and we've been talking about metrics. If you haven't seen it, you haven't seen it for a while. If you just love data, go out and take a look at that YouTube video. Enjoy yourself, save it, watch it multiple times, make some popcorn, whatever you do. But definitely take a look at that. We're about 4 minutes out from wrapping up. So I want to make one big call to action, and then that's going to show up down here at the bottom. That call to action is, once again, the icebreakers. When this show ends, there's going to be a little button down there in just a second that says icebreakers. You're going to click it. You're going to come join us over in the icebreaker session. There are 60-something people signed up here. So make sure you get over there. I don't want to see 9 or 10, like you often get like 9 or 10. Don't be shy. We want to meet you. Ian wants to meet you. He loves people. That's what the military taught him. I know I was there too. So come on over and join us. Before we go over there, the button's going to show up in just a second. I want to get a final message or a final word from everybody, and we'll go in reverse order. So Ian, today's show, Deep Watch, Managed Security. What's your final message you want to share with everybody?
Oh, I was going to answer one of the questions that came in chat, Scott.
Short GameStop. That's it. It's that simple.
No. I'm not saying that at all.
All right,
okay,
I'll come back to you.
I'm going to do both. All right, I'm going to break the rule. All right, so the question that came in chat was just about measuring metrics and risk and how tough it is. 30-second view. Study financial sector, banking, interest rates, financial risk, and how they measure it. It's really a fascinating topic at detail. Lots of history, lots of models, lots of numbers, in lots of really interesting formulas that will crank out risk numbers and cost numbers and external stimulus coming in here with new output there. Really a neat science, personal opinion. Ideally, in some day, cyber can get to that point. We're not there yet. But the reason we will get there is we have forums like this. We talk about this. We figured it out. I got a few nuggets of information. Hopefully you did too. And I'll go back to my mentoring. Help people learn from them, teach them, and participate in forums like this. We'll all get smarter eventually.
Fantastic. You know, we've got some rave reviews from the panel about Brian last week, and you Brian, I know is in the chat's going to look to meet with you, but I think we're going to get the same thing about you this week, Ian. Thank you so much for joining us today and for that wisdom. I know, please come to the icebreakers and let people interrogate you further, but think that really good. This has been my favorite show by far. Jamar, final words. Oh, you're muted. Just you and the plant. Just you and I.
Yeah. So, you know, so cybersecurity moves really, really quickly these days, and it's really like Ian was mentioning, the community and of people, the community of streams of data. It all helps us to be able to stay abreast of the current trends, things that are happening, and then also be able to quickly adapt so that we're able to move and actually keep the businesses that we're all protecting safer. But you know, if you guys are strapped for resources and you're looking for a way to improve your security posture, leaps and bounds in a short order, definitely consider Deepwatch.
I was going to do that on your behalf, but now I don't have to.
Hey man, I'm just being a little cheesy, but
well, and if you use the promo code WellAware, you'll get 90% off all of Deepwatch's services.
All the free service, 90% off all their free services.
There you go. So you know, I'll kind of just end by saying, you know, the reason we do security isn't for the sake of security itself, right? I mean, there's a reason, and it's to protect our communities. It's to help us grow and get better, and you know, and it's to enable the business, right, to keep, you know, doing what it is that they do best, whatever industry you're in. That I think is actually really inspiring. When you're in the cybersecurity community, you're there to really do something special, and you know, I think it's a higher calling. So you know, think about being a part of the community, be a mentor, go out there, you know, be an advocate, recruit people. You know, kids that are coming up through school. You know, there are lots of programs. Cybersecurity Game Changers is one. Cyber Patriot is another. You know, yeah. If you're out there, you know, and you're not a mentor, you know, go do it. And you know, I mean, for me, you know, I think about, you know, mentors all throughout my life. You know, I mean, you don't have to officially have the title for me to learn from you, and I think that's what we all need to do from one another, and that's why we're here to be a part of this show, is to learn from one another and spread the word.
Joe, knowing is half the battle. That's great, guys. My final thought for the day is about Deepwatch. Thank you all for coming today. Thank George as always, Jamar from Deepwatch, and Ian from RealPage for being here today. This has been my favorite show. Deepwatch is an exciting new partner for BlackLake Security. We absolutely want to show you guys what they're doing and how you can do better security from an outsourced managed perspective, not across the board, but in the cases or the places you need it done. Maybe it's your SIM, maybe it's your EDR, maybe it's your threat hunting, maybe it's just a small piece, maybe it's consulting, but you don't have to do it all yourself. But everything you don't do, the bad actors, they know. So let us help you get there. Last call, that button down at the bottom, icebreakers, meet your heroes. I'm going to leave this page up for about 2 minutes because last time I closed it and I think that everybody hadn't clicked it and they all disappeared. So I'm going to leave this page up for a couple minutes. You're going to click that right now. Come over to Icebreaker. It's going to ask you if you're a cyber leader.
Last poll, Scott. Who won the last poll?
Who won the last call? You want me to give away my money, George?
Meantime, the CISO
Ian won?
That's the winner.
Ian can't win. He wins too much.
Ian's pushing.
Fantastic. Ian, thanks again. By the way, Ian's, we have a couple veterans of the show here. They're actually, now they're actually champions of the show. So a veteran is somebody who comes multiple times. A champion is somebody that comes 4 times. Ian, no, you came 3 because you didn't come to the Sunburst event last week. He's a veteran. Never mind. No love. All right, guys. I'll see you over in the icebreaker session. Click the button. Come join us. Meet your heroes. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
Okay. Mm. intensity. But yeah, I mean, I think that's see if y'all are okay. Oh, just got finished doing that thing, working. Stupid work. You in the car right now? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I was just gonna say, make sure you're not before you come in. Yeah. You gotta wash it. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. All right, gotta go. Yeah. Bye. going into this either. So, just sorry, man. I'm just trying to, understand it. It's just not making a lot of sense to me. So. It just sounds like another $100 is just for nothing. actually know which book you're talking about.